was no easy journey up here. With those we were following were putting up quite a pace, and uh, it was 2 full days march without much rest to get here. Uh, Once we realized that, or caught their trail, we realized we wanted to catch them up if we could and see what they were doing out here, the dwarves. But anyway, I found them. A group of dwarves carrying a heavy burden. One of them well, they were taking turns dragging a sled of some kind that was carrying some, looked like ore covered in, they had it covered most of the time, but we could see some dark ore. They were dragging it up the mountain up to the depot ahead. And as he says that, he like points up the mountain range, and you see just beyond some outcroppings a jutting like brutalist construction of just like uh looks like just like very closely and like very expertly packed like large cut stones, like a just a large rectangular structure that is like coming out of the mountain. Both it's like from its base on one side where it comes out, and its like top goes into the mountain on the upward side. So it looks like whatever structure this is, or is built on top of, as you remember the dwarves saying that the depot was like they found some ruins up there and basically just covered it up because they didn't have any use for it at the time. Uh, that this is covering some much larger structure or structures beneath it. So it looks like the end of the journey, the depot that you've been trying to get to that supposedly houses the airship is within, sight. But he says that belt will be of great aid. Can you've found its magic? Is it still intact?
Oh yeah, baby. It's still in. Well, I think mostly, but I feel like something's missing.
Hmm. Let me roll a history check for our good friend here. He says missing. Hmm.
Well, I believe my senses are telling me a belt and or a glove and a hammer.
Well, I know those marvels were handed out to friends of dwarven kind, heroes
Marble? You use
who
it
defended us.
marbles? Marbles? What? Tell me more.
There were others, but I don't know much more about them. I know that there were weapons, there were arms and armor handed out to aid those who stood with us against our enemies.
Were they powerful?
Indeed.
Where? When was the last time? Where? I need
Uh,
information.
I'm sure we can consult the records when we return, or when I return to Cragstone. I can send word to you, but I'm not as familiar as I should be with some of these stories, I think.
Do any of your companions know of this?
Uh, the two other dwarves, one of them just kind of like just kind of shakes his head. The other one steps forward and he gives you a deep nod. He thinks for a moment and he says, "The the greatest the greatest heroes or allies of our kind were given, just one of these was a significant um, gift. Was a significant boon. But there was, I can't remember their names, but there was a band of friends, a trio that each were given one of these items. There was a hammer, and then there was a third that I can't remember. But the legend says that when their last battle, as they began to fall one after the other remaining would pick up their enchanted equipment, their boon, and see their resolve and their strength be further bolstered until the last one of the three was holding all three and was said to have torn through and slew dozens of giants in these very mountains before falling himself after clearing the field of all enemies.
Hmm. Interesting. Thank you for this information.
Sorry, I can't remember more. I'm sure our scholars, our storytellers could tell you more.
I will ask them soon. I mean, yeah, thanks.
And let's see. So, I'm looking up the shield that I had intended to give you, but I didn't quite get all the. I forgot which one it was. I have to like re-find it. So I'll have that for you.
The shield of ass whooping.
The unmoving shield, it just stays in place the entire time.
It's like an immovable rod, but there's no like button to click it. Like you own this now. This is yours. Come and look at it anytime you want.
It's just the NFT shield.
Yeah, exactly.
It hangs at exactly where you would hold it, but it just stays there in the air.
Sounds like we're making it too useful to be an NFT, so
Yeah.
It's not really a shield, it's more the idea of one. It will not protect you. Primary feature.
Uh, so yeah, I'll have a little bit more detail, but after we come back, it'll be the, presumably, unless you guys want to do something entirely different, it'll be the approach to the depot, which your dwarven companions should be able to. They tell you they should be able to get you in. They've been bestowed with authority over the structure,
Uh-huh.
as so they should be able to command its entrance.
All right.
They saw the other dwarves take that strange stone, and as they describe it, it sounds very similar to the strange, like dark, entrancing rock that you saw inside the golden orb realm. And it seems like it might be related to whatever strange astral realm that thing came from.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Zap just comes trotting up with this bone. Doesn't say anything about where it's from or, you know, acknowledge anything about how it came to be. Maybe the witness just threw a bone. Zap
Yeah,
fetched it.
saw Zap's heart's desire, and then just tossed a wand, a bone
Yeah.
wand.
Yeah. Femur.
The little Kaiser helmets that were on the top of all of Ellipses eye stalks have just been replaced with chef hats.
Oh my god.
Ridiculous.
But yeah, it's 4:56. So, is there anything you guys want to plan or prep before you head in there?
Oh.
I don't remember if we took if we've rested.
I
Have
think
we
so.
rested?
Yeah,
Okay.
you
Yeah,
guys
we
got
I guess
the.
I have all my hit points, so I assume.
Oh, go ahead, Jared.
we got the equivalent of a long rest. That one.
Okay, that's right. Because we went to the fancy pants chamber or something.
The regeneration to.
Yeah, that's
Well,
right.
you activated regeneration sequence.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, nice. Okay, well, I am gonna log out and I'll jump back in as soon as I can. I'm hoping it'll be no more than 15 minutes or so.
Awesome.
All right.
Cool.
We'll reconvene in 15 to 20.
Sounds good.
Yeah, sounds good.
Thanks.
All right.
There's
I sent you a little gift there, Xerox.
Oh, yeah.
Check your D&D Beyond inventory.
Oh. What, pray tell? Really is. Let me refresh here.
What was that?
Just refreshing this.
It's a belt of beauty.
Oh, dang.
Oh, hot dang.
You see
Hot
it?
dang. Mermilla's bludgeoning shield. All right.
Nice.
What's that?
I have no idea. While holding this iron tower shield, you gain a +1 bonus to AC. Additionally, the shield has 3 charges and it regains 1d3 expended charges daily at dawn. If you are holding the shield and push a creature within your reach at least 5 feet, you can expend 1 charge to push that creature an additional 10 feet, knock it prone, or both. Damn, man.
Nice.
Nice. Very happy about that.
Thought you might like that.
Yeah, that's badass. Where'd you even find that? I don't even see.
Yeah, it's actually I stole it from the Guide to Wildmount because I found like the text from it on a different page, so I just made a custom item in D&D Beyond and just
Uh-huh.
pasted it in there. But yeah, because I remember hearing about that item as one of the like ways to make shields and shield master a little bit less lame because it feels kind of limited for what it consumes, like taking up kind of your bonus action and stuff. But I really loved the idea of the shield and had it in my mind for you for quite a while, so thought it was a good time
Sweet.
to drop it.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, but can it cook?
Can it bake cookies?
Will it blend?
If you cast heat metal on it, maybe. No, just set it down, trust me. Yeah.
We're still gonna wait for Carly, or
Yeah, I figure we'll wait a couple more minutes here, maybe
Okay.
till 5:30, and then we can get underway.
did Sarah say what she wanted for her character?
No, she didn't, I don't think.
Doesn't matter. They're all gonna be dead after this game.
True. Zeke so will take him back, put him back in his tube.
If only he could. You left him stuck, you monsters. Poor Zikaso, trapped forever. Or until he, replaces,
I mean,
the sons of the multiverse?
like, he seems super powerful. I don't really know if he's in as much danger as he lets on.
It's like either his minions are going to eventually like turn him into some crazy demigod against his will, or he'll escape and continue being an incredibly powerful megalomaniac
Hmm.
on his own right.
Yeah, and just butchering random people that show up in his.
You do what you need to. When you find your passion, you have to follow it.
Yes.
Yeah, because I don't think Sarah was with us last game either.
Oh, right.
Yeah, so don't think she
And that
said
text was probably super confusing then.
it. Oh, I have so many texts. Oh, she said she should start. We should start without her. Okay. Yeah, we'll just start then. Oh, Sarah's working on a midterm, but she might make it. Okay, cool. I might have to think of something for her while we play. So, are we ready?
Yeah.
Awesome. Oh no, I did that wrong. Oh my god. Oh well, it's not that big of a deal. I like prepped the map with the wrong units on it. It's like so dumb. But anyway, as we begin again, your dwarven companions, after catching their breaths and having a moment to interact and chat with you guys and catch up a bit, and remarking on the strange nature of your new companions, and nobody talks about how Noose is suddenly missing. We don't talk about those things. Continuity errors don't exist.
I mean, he's probably
Um,
just invisible somewhere.
it's
Zeke
just
is so caught up with him.
yeah. Um, they their leader Zlotic says, "Are we ready to head up then? Shouldn't take more than an hour from here, I think."
I go where I'm told.
I thought you were happier now.
I have a purpose for now.
I mean, I'll take it. Uh, what do you know about what's happening in there? Any intel?
Well, he says, and begins to recount kind of like what you guys have learned and what to expect. He says, "Well, Clan Grutnik has control of that place and has for some time. We understand they've been, selling off everything that's inside, but those creatures that we came across back in Cragstone Hearth with the kind of orange umber tall warriors that beset us, seems like they are purchasing or attempting to purchase the very same ship that you are hoping to get. So I don't know if they're planning to just fly it out of there, or something else. We learned that we intercepted that when we interrogated that fool back in Cragstone, we learned that they were after some exotic materials, which must be that strange stone we saw them dragging up to the depot. If that's all they need, then I don't see what's stopping them from just taking the ship and leaving. Maybe they need time to prepare, and in any case, I think we must hurry. But what's going on inside the depot beyond that, I don't know. I have seen the old schematics, the old survey data of the depot. I looked into that before we left. I can tell you that there's much beneath the chambers that I expect that they're in that has not been explored. Some ruins that were not excavated beneath tunnels that shafts that delves deeper into the mountain from here. But what was found and sealed was primarily two large chambers. Um, they seemed to be able to, they had some rails on the ground to move, it seemed, large objects, presumably things like the ship that you're after, between these rooms and possibly down into the shafts below. I'm not sure what their goals were, but we can expect to find two large chambers. The ship was said to have been in the deeper one. That it seems to have been where the airships would land, and it was left or landed and for whatever reason abandoned here. But we'll have to delve in past the first large chamber that has the shaft into the earth below, and then onto the second where we should find the ship unless they've moved it.
And how many were you following?
We were following just 4, but we should presume that between the strange new foes that we've met and the other members of Grutnik and their mercenaries, they'll have more inside potentially.
And out of character for a moment, Mark, the creatures that we fought last time were gifts, just like the ones we fought before.
Correct.
And those ones had a dragon.
Yes.
We might need to be wary of large winged creatures. There was a dragon below.
We've been keeping our eyes out for dragons and any other fell creatures that could find us out here exposed on the mountainside and haven't seen anything, but there's a good warning. I'd hate to come across one. You said you already dealt with one?
Yes.
They don't have any more.
Oh, luck isn't that good.
No, it hasn't been for some time, but maybe it's going to turn around.
Anything's possible. Also, when we get to the fighting, stay close to one of my turrets. I'll make one specially for you to give you life. Please don't die. In our name.
I'm not dying for you. If anything, I'd be dying for my people and our traditions. They've been violated by the Grutnik clan, and they deserve all punishment we can mete out.
I'll take that.
We are good at punishment.
Well, I'll have plenty of opportunity to put that to good use up ahead, I think. Prepare yourselves. And he speaks a few words to the dwarves in Dwarvish, and then they begin marching up the mountainside.
Xerox will follow closely behind the lead group.
Shall I follow you guys or just stay here?
Please follow.
Come.
As you wish.
You guys head up the cold, wind and frost-swept mountainside. It is, fortunately, despite who knows exactly how much time you spent in that strange place, it seems to be about midday right now. So even out here, it's still fairly well lit, and you should have a few more hours of daylight left. Keeping a close eye out again for any dragons or anything else that, may just happen to lurk in this area. These regions of the mountains, you've been warned, are quite wild and untamed. But fortunately, the skies remain clear for 15 minutes, a half an hour, and soon you begin your final approach up to this strange depot. You see ahead of you the large structure that's been seemingly like just built up and around to enclose whatever lies within. And there is at the ground level, a large set of doors that has been set into what remains otherwise a pretty undisturbed, monotonous structure. The dwarves, or the doors rather, are looks to be two large swinging doors, probably 10, 12 feet high and half as wide. They're intricately carved, you can tell even from this distance, kind of again setting a distinction, a strange kind of distinction between that and the rest of just like the nondescript structure. That the dwarf, Zlatic, the leader, points him out and says, "Well, I've been invested with authority over this place, so I should be able to open the doors if they are locked. Um, any last preparations? Now's the time."
We are ready when you are.
Um, I believe that is true.
What?
Sorry, I believe that's true. I think I'm ready.
Okay. And Ellipsis, as always, ready to follow, I presume.
I do what I'm told.
Do as you're told and be ready.
You guys, why don't you give me a perception check? I mean, you guys are getting pretty close. Do you want to slow down and look out for any scouts? How do you want to do this?
Yeah, Xerox will remain close to the Zizek and have her javelin at the ready to pick off anybody who looks like they're running back to warn anyone.
Okay.
How many people are with us?
So it's you two were just kind of, just forgetting the fact that Noose is alive and
Correct.
needs to be your companion.
He's
So
invisible.
it's you three, plus 3 dwarves.
Okay, I toss around.
Or Carly will be here making it a 4 eventually. And then, Sarah might show up making it 5 at some point.
All right, that's fine. We'll say that Carly's in on this, and I will toss around the little ball of yarn and say, "Everybody think real hard about being invisible," and I'll turn invisible myself and toss it to everybody else. And it's my little spell storing object that makes it so anybody can use that spell.
Very nice.
So Xerox will accept it.
It does require your concentration. Just remember that.
Fortunately, I'm a melee character, so. All right. Okay. I had a perception roll of 19.
Beep Boop, did you give one of those out to everybody?
Every single person.
Nice.
It's got 8
19.
uses.
8, wow. With a 19, you take a look forward and see that the doors, as you get close, are open. One of them is ajar, and there is a dwarf just in the entrance, kind of just keeping a lazy lookout. You've spotted him without being seen, it seems.
I would approach, but I fear I would make too much noise and alert him before I got to him.
How far away is he?
You guys are probably like 100 feet away from him.
He's a dwarf?
Yep.
Is he just like your other friends? Why are you afraid of him?
We just want to be not loud.
Welcome back, Zap.
Zap starts like very stealthily stalking towards whoever this is that they're talking about.
You are in fact invisible also, thanks to Beep
Ooh,
Boop's magic.
very cool.
Yeah,
What
go
if
ahead
we
and
just
make
walk
me,
past him?
Yeah, I mean, you guys could. He is in the doorway, and the door, like the one door that is ajar, is massive. So like there is like a decent, like probably 4 or 5 foot wide like access, but he's more or less like right in that area. So it would even so be tricky to get all 5, 8 or so of you to or 7 or so of you to get past him without them noticing.
Should we just kill this one?
You hear like a really soft growl from Zap.
Well, the only problem I have with it is if we kill him, we're not invisible anymore, but we don't need to worry about the element of surprise.
Zlatic says that if this is their only lookout, if they're that confident in their position, then perhaps this is the only one that we need to deal with to maintain the element of surprise.
Good idea.
Xerox will venture closer as quietly as she can, but stop at least like 60 feet away.
You got a 19?
Yeah, 19.
Ellipses also got a 19 as well.
On stealth?
On perception.
Oh, fair.
So as you begin inching closer, Xerox, you get about 60 feet away, and you kind of like crouch down behind an outcropping of rock and peek out again. They don't see you, but like they are kind of like they're like right now kind of craning around as if they think they might have heard something, but they don't know what it was. Getting any closer is going to be very challenging at this point. They seem to be at least somewhat on alert at this point.
And above this person, he's standing in this doorway, but like, is there any other coverage, like, as he gets closer to us?
As he gets closer to you?
So, like, if he were to walk towards us, is there any roof above us?
No, he's like at the entrance to the structure. There isn't. It's beyond that. It is open between you and them as this like goes like straight into the side of the mountain. Really.
Okay. Then I'm gonna get close to Beat Boop. Or no, I'm gonna get close to myself. I'm gonna get close to Xerox, like that 60 feet away as I can. And then as I get close, I'm just gonna cast Levitate on him.
Awesome. I think that might break your invisibility.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like ducked way down behind the invisible Xerox if I can.
Okay, yeah, give me a stealth check. And Xerox, you feel you panic for just a moment, like you're back in that strange land, that strange place, getting like thrown down tunnels as your feet lift up for a moment. You're like, oh, just levitating. It's controlled. You're not gonna fly off anywhere.
8.
8.
I'm stealthy as hell.
Wait, you casted stealth on me? I thought you were just casting it on the dude.
Oh no, I'm casting Levitate on the dude. Yes, I'm just hiding when I
Oh,
do
I
it.
thought you were casting it on Xerox.
No,
Oh, okay.
Hilarious.
no. I want the dude to levitate.
Gotcha. Wow, levitate. That should give him a save then, because that's not a voluntary
It's a Constitution saving
action.
throw. Yes.
Constitution saving throw.
DC 17.
DC 17. Dang.
Yeah, Ellipses is following directly behind Xerox using blind fighting. I totally forgot I had that. I could see invisible creatures.
Oh, nice.
This whole
Uh,
time?
Yup.
The ellipse is just like.
With a natural 2,
Yes.
the dwarf, it's like just like you can see them like craning their head, like kind of like just like aiming their ear at sounds, trying to like pick up something. They take one step out of the door, and then they just like take one more step, and their foot just like they slip, but they just go foop and just start like slowly rotating in the air. They immediately after like oh what the they begin to scream out an alarm at the top of their lungs.
Xerox is going to immediately run forward, taking her rope of entanglement, and she's gonna try to, as soon as she gets within 20 feet, she's gonna try to ensnare him with it.
I think this is a perfect time to roll initiative as the enemy is well aware of your presence. Got up close, got the levitate off, and now we'll go into initiative. Dwarf is not looking good though, so your odds of getting in a lot of actions before they go is pretty high right now.
Ellipses rolled an 8.
Still beat
16.
the dwarf.
11.
Xerox with a 16. Zap with an 11.
14.
Ellipses with an 8. Beep with a 14. And the dwarves are also going to go. Both of the like all three of the dwarves let loose some crossbow bolts, trying to take this guy down as the moment they see him begin to levitate. One of them is going to hit, and Xerox, you're up.
I'm gonna run. I'm gonna expend all my movement to get within 20 feet of him. I'm going to use my rope of entanglement, and I need him to make a. Okay. A DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
Holy cow, am I rolling bad? That's a natural 3, so
Okay. He is restrained, and Xerox, since he cast levitate on him, is just going to throw him up as hard as she can.
yeah, you just
letting go of the rope. She doesn't care about the rope.
lasso out, the rope entangles around the dwarf, and you just like quickly holding onto the end of it, just like hammer, like swing around a few times and hammer toss the dwarf up into the air. Goes flying off, slowing down as if like the levitate has some amount of like inertial like effect, but still they're just like go like quickly just like start skyrocketing up like 20, 40, 60, 70 feet up.
And with that, yeah, that'll end her. She'll equip her javelin, and that will end her turn, where she is about 20 feet in front of the door.
Awesome. Beep boop. You guys will have the opportunity to target the creature, the dwarf, as they're being like sent off. So right now, I'll say that they're at about 30 feet off the ground. Beep, you're up.
I just wanted to look. It doesn't. It just says that there's no range. I don't have to be within a certain distance for him to stay elevated. You know
Yeah,
what I
once
mean?
it's cast, I think you're good.
Okay. Well, my only real plan for this dude was to move him further. Like, I just want to move him like out away from us as he's flying up as well, just to like eventually drop off the face of the mountain.
Yeah, you can absolutely do that. Just have him continually levitate up and away over the mountainside,
Yes.
and then it will
Uh,
just keep going till you either break concentration or drop it.
Pretty much. I'm just gonna do it for as much of the full 10 minutes as I can, and then I'm just gonna not focus on it anymore later.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there anything else that you want to do this turn, though? That sounds like a great plan, though.
No, I don't want to do anything. There's nobody else that I can see, right?
No, just this guy.
Yeah, no. I don't want to do anything else.
All right. Zap.
All right. Zap is still carrying this femur in his mouth and gonna, like, without breaking eye contact with the dwarf, just gonna shake this one and give it a good thrashing, and a spell is gonna come flying out of it. Let's find out what happens. 56. um, I cast darkness, I believe, around the dwarf.
As the dwarf is just like flying through the air, like beginning to scream. Like he had already like started to scream, but then like Xerox hurling him around just like knocked the air out of him, and then like the ropes entangling him. So he's like starting to like get this like choked scream out, and then he like gets into the darkness, and the scream that he like the little bit of scream he does emit is just goes like up like 3 octaves as if the dwarf is just like afraid of the dark too, or it's like what the hell has just happened? I'm sailing through the air, everything went black. Good God. Uh there
Yeah,
is a sphere of darkness in the air.
yeah. Just like this big ball of darkness envelops around the creature. I'm trying to figure out if it stays on him or if he moves out of it and it just originates from him.
Yeah, it needs to be a like a point. Is it like a point or an object? I don't think it can be.
It says if the point you choose is on an object you are
Mm,
holding or one that isn't being worn or carried, the darkness emanates from the object and moves with
yeah.
it.
So we'll say it like adheres to, his clothing or whatever,
Yeah.
and just
Yeah.
like you see the darkness just like sailing off into the sky.
Yeah.
with a rope behind it, just like looks like a balloon.
Yeah. Big balloon absorbing darkness. Fabulous.
Awesome.
Just someone off like
Yeah.
down just like what is
Fantastic.
And
The
done.
dwarf
Walk back.
seems to certainly be dealt with, and his the one like choked scream before he was ripped hundreds of feet away from the door seems to have like likely not or not gone noticed. So you hope that your element of surprise remains intact, but the only door guardian of the door is slowly moving towards their ultimate death.
You just
good.
hear Lipsy say, "He probably had a family."
I mean, yeah, but that's his fault. He chose to side with Gith.
Uh, Xerox will move towards the door as cautiously as she can. Or no, she'll wait for her invisible compatriots to scope shit out first.
I think I'm the only one that's still invisible at this point.
She'll move to the side so she's not standing directly in front of the open door. So she'll
Yeah. Yeah, like Evan did make a good point. Anybody who was took, a combat action there is no longer invisible. So Zap, you did cast a spell, even if it was through a thing, so you go visible.
Okay.
Xerox, I'll consider that an attack, so you'll go visible. And Beep Boop, you
I'm concentrating on
levitated.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're visible. So Ellipsis, I think you're the only one that's still. Oh, and the other. Oh, the other dwarves attacked as well. So no, it turns out they did not need to.
Did they hit?
One of them did.
Jeez.
This poor guy got shot and then blinded and lofted hundreds of thousands of feet in the air.
It's had a really shitty day.
You lose some. So the entrance to this place seems now to be undefended, or at least unguarded. Zodic says to you, so expect some short tunnel through the excavated earth, and then it should open up into the old ruins themselves. Thank you, friends, for taking on this task with us. And you will surely be earning your name as friend of dwarfkind and the right to bear that belt after today.
No one can give me. I mean, yes. Yeah, thank you. And
Your help is needed, and we will remember this. You can be assured of that.
He nods to you and begins to as quietly as he can, make his way towards the entrance.
And Xerox will follow.
You guys break through the door. Like, you go past the door. It seems like they had access to the door. As you kind of go past it, you notice that like the door that's open is actually like broken off of its hinges. And it seems like the dwarves pay this some attention and like grumble underneath their breaths. It seems like the dwarves that were here had access to the commands here, like could open the doors. There wasn't any reason for them to break this, you don't think?
Hmm.
Give me a perception check.
26.
26. Wow.
Another 19.
The
3.
26. Xerox, you
Yeah, I got
looking
24.
around. Oh wow. And you yeah, Xerox, you notice the slight like still like moisture from a footprint being like from the cold here being like frozen in place. Like there was some amount of like the frost on the ground here was like melted and then like refrozen. So like there's like a footprint in the frost and the ice here and the doorway. You notice a few footprints of enormous size.
Do I notice any attributes about that? Like, are they?
They're humanoid. They have
Hmm.
roughly the right number of toes, it looks like. They are big and heavy and wide. You've seen footprints or tracks like this. This is certainly tracks of giantkin.
I will
Zep.
point this out immediately to the dwarves and my companions. It looks like they brought a large friend with them. Do I see? It just looks like one set.
With
Or
the high roll that you had, you're wondering there if it's one, two, probably not more than three. Zap, you get the scent of two distinct, very musky creatures. You think that there are probably two.
I like bob bob my eyeballs like 1 and then 2, trying to signal to everybody.
Xerox will kind of chuckle at this. I don't know how I would laugh if I was there. It's like we may be stumbling across a few giants. Not sure of what kind. They're here.
Dead giants. That's what kind.
Hear
Hopefully
cursing
soon.
in Dwarvish from Zlotic and the other dwarves. Xerox, you hear them say something like, "By the forge of Morden itself, have they no honor, aligning themselves with giantkin against their brothers?"
Xerox will respond in Dwarvish. When you believe firmly in your goals, there's no telling who you may find yourself working with.
Yeah, that's very true.
Goals are purely selfish, so I guess it should be no surprise that their lack of honor would have no depth or no end.
You know, you never disappointed if you never have any goals.
Right. Well, let's disappoint them then.
Zap is gonna like sniff and kind of point inward.
Xerox is going to really be straining her ears to hear any movement of anything large,
Gotcha.
and she'll keep moving. Yes, following the tracks.
Oh, and like every 6 seconds or so, you'll notice a blank look on Beep Boop's metal face as he's concentrating on moving that dwarf another 20 feet off and away from the mountain. Let's
Yeah, you
go.
take one last look at the ever moving, the ever ascending dark ball as it is now like hundreds of feet up off the ground and out across the mountain. So like a fall like already would very, very, very likely be fatal. And yet it continues to levitate out and beyond.
Yes.
Fabulous.
Takes just a few moments to take stock of this little entry area and continue on, following carefully and quietly behind the tracks that include not only these giant steps that Xerox has pointed out and their very noticeable scent to some of you. You can see also the tracks that they left dragging the sled of that strange ore. You follow this through a winding tunnel that's been cut into the mountainside, and soon begin to see some illumination ahead, bouncing light or like reflecting down the tunnel towards you around a corner.
How big is the tunnel? Like, could the airship come through it, or is it like?
This tunnel is only about 12 feet tall and about 6 feet wide. So the giants coming through here probably would have had to would have been kind of tight for them. And you don't think a real vessel would be able to navigate through this. Be far too big. Unless it's more of a airboat than an airship. But you follow the tracks of the sled and the giants and the other dwarf kin that seem to have been coming and going through here. As you get deeper in, you can see more signs of their movement. And Xerox, you're glad that you noticed the tracks of the giants early on, because as you get deeper, they're quickly muddled with everything else, where this area seems to have was a little bit more temperature controlled and had more activity.
Yeah.
But soon you hear you not only see light coming down the tunnel, but you hear voices. Your companions, the dwarves, start they say, "Hey, something ahead. They're chattering." Go ahead and give me a perception check.
25.
25, Xerox, doing
24
work.
again.
26, a nat
What
20.
is happening?
Nat 20. Ooh.
I mean, just wait till I try to swing something at somebody and I'm just going to roll.
Yep. You guys, apparently seemingly like all of you hear this talking and can make out the bits. It's difficult to make out as it's like coming in and out, as the sounds are bouncing every which way across the walls, and as different speakers talk, it's like it's hard at first to like figure out to get the sound of their Brooks. You hear them. You hear one voice say, "That's it. That's the rest of it. It's been shaped just like you asked. Anything else you need before we go? And our deal is done." "No. Your service has been adequate. Payment as promised. Now, we hope to never see your kind again." You hear some footsteps echoing off, and then dwarf says, "Well, fuck you too then. Well, anyway, we got what we wanted. All right, let's pack up. They'll be at their work. It's time we make our exit before anybody comes sniffing."
We gotta hurry, we gotta hurry.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Uh, it's like, listen, I'll draw them to me. You guys surprise whoever I encounter. Okay. And Xerox will just start jogging towards the sound.
Nice.
I'm gonna be right on her ass.
Yeah, so is Ellipses.
The dwarves are close behind as you guys begin running into the danger ahead. I will share an Owlbear Rodeo link, and it is in the Discord. And you'll notice a yellow color I've put on the bottom of the map. That is where you will be entering from. Imagine a entrance, a broken entrance into this chamber from where that yellow thing is at the bottom
What's
of
the
the map.
password?
Oh, the password is orb, capital ORB, I think. Why did I put a password? It's not like anybody's going to randomly join this game and like terrorize us.
Russian hackers.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh,
You guys can get
cool.
yourselves situated. I'm going to go use the restroom. And feel free to take a 5-minute break if you want to.
Shoot.
Actually, it turns out Shell got home while we were playing and I didn't notice, so I'm gonna go say hi to her. So it might be like more like 10 minutes.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Eh?
Oh.
So, I only see 2 of you on the map.
What? Oh. I need a token. That would help.
Yeah, I don't see a two-headed owlbear icon on here.
Oh, that's weird. It's like one of the most common tokens.
Right? Maybe this dragony looking thing and we'll just know that it's a fierce beholder dog. Also not that big.
Mark,
Yes.
in my notes, I have written down the Amulet of Tiamat.
Yeah,
Why?
because you have it.
What is it? I can't find it.
Yeah, it's an amulet that you picked up off one of the early corpses of a gift that you created.
Yeah.
Um, it's an amulet that you identified as being, having the iconography of Tiamat
Cool.
himself. It had some magic in it.
But that's all I know.
Yeah, I think so.
Cool.
Yeah, I don't think unless you've looked at it recently.
I just realized I had it. Beep Boop was utterly concerned about his belt and hasn't even thought twice about it. It's
Perfect.
in his
All right,
pocket of holding.
sounds good.
Nice.
All right, y'all ready?
Ready?
Yeah.
Let me put your companions as these 3 trees. This one is going to be the main dude.
That looks
Dude.
like
Okay. You guys, Xerox leading the way, charge into this chamber. You stumble in and see within that there are a number of dwarves in here. Looks like 6 total, but you also see the 2 hulking forms of a pair of frost giants. The frost giants you see have ornamented themselves like around their belts and around their necks with skulls of smaller humanoids, look like dwarves and humans and elves. These are totally unlike the giants that you met near Valkreath. These are brutal and make no small point of hiding, or make no effort to hide their bloodthirsty nature. They look at you with a pair of grins and already looking forward to a fight, begin to brandish their weapons. These other dwarves over here look to be like packing up their things and preparing to evacuate this place. You see that these 4 are the 2 pairs of them are gathered around like small piles. You can see like flake, like the broken stone of looks like they've been carving that strange ore that they hauled up here into a preferred shape or design, and the remnants are still in piles down here. They look like they're just recently finished that work. They are leaving most of that, but are just gathering up their tools and supplies and weapons. You can see this dwarf in closest to you, who is wearing a set of a full plate set of armor that is like pretty like smoky and dark in its like outer like reflective layer, making it not quite gleam as so much as kind of like drink in light. He is turns around as he is in the midst of stowing a large bag of something uh, into his backpack and supplies. He wheels around, seeing you guys come in, and a smile crosses his face as he says, "Too late as always, Latic." And your dwarven companion replies, "Your treachery knows no bounds, Jug. Clan Grutnik has crossed the line one too many times, and its comeuppance is now nigh." And this other guy across this large chamber just smirks and just says something in giant back to the frost giants here. If anybody uh, speaks giant, they would hear or understand, but something is said, and the giant's grin stretches across their face, revealing these enormous yellowed broken teeth in their mouths, and they begin lumbering towards you. Roll initiative, please.
Yay. Oh, no.
3, for fuck's sake! I cannot roll an initiative to save my life.
12.
20.
12 for Slap as well.
2 12s,
Zap
Okay.
has +5 dex.
and you got a 12.
Yeah.
20 for Xerox.
Mm-hmm.
This is a very powerful view, Jared, that you have going on. Looks like you got a pretty massive hand.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
I'm intimidated.
usually I have things up. Sorry, you get
Power
the
move.
intimidating view today.
It's very
He's a
fitting of
giant.
Xerox.
Here to fuck shit up. So, are there any like upper areas in this map? Like,
There,
are there any balconies or anything like that?
yeah, looks like while much of this place is in ruins beyond, like much of the open arches and stuff on the sides of this place seem to have been like have some rocks have broken and tumbled in, blocking whatever might be there. But that being said, there are it looks like this place does have was built with another level. You can kind of see it a little bit on the very edges of the map, but there is another level over here on the edges that would be accessible hypothetically, like by going up the stairs at the top and looping around to some open area around there.
Uh-huh.
But much of it is broken in. But you could definitely like climb up there or jump if you wanted to. It's probably like 15 feet up.
Okay.
But yeah, you're not sure how uh, much space you will find up there, or how connected each of those like around these pillars they are.
Sounds good to me.
And there was one more. Ooh,
I don't remember this. Zap can't fly, can he?
I don't believe so. You can just
Okay.
blink around.
Okay. That's kind of what I thought. That's fine. Cool.
Oh, you have seen ellipses fly before, though.
Yeah, he is a flying two-headed owlbear.
Yeah.
I just have like extremely brittle bones.
So, first up on initiative, uh, Also, before the fight begins, you guys can each run, like move up to your movement from the yellow rectangle as you guys like spilled into this space before fighting started. So feel free to move out of that immediate space, 20 or 40 feet or whatever you can. Who is this down here? Oh, is that? Beep, boop.
A beep and a boop.
I'm gonna move him to there.
Nice.
Go right there.
All right. So, as combat begins, we start off with the bad guy dwarves who rolled a natural 20 on their initiative. So that's going to be these 4, like more regular fighters. These 2 are going to dash up and take cover right here behind this. The central area here is a slightly raised, just enormous, like it's hard to tell when you first come in, but as you get closer, you realize it's some sort of just enormous clock built into the ground here. And you can see in a few like broken portions where it meets the ground on the around the edges of the giant like circular area. There is a vast empty shaft beneath this. It is a structure that's like there's on top of it's like a manhole cover almost. But there's a central portion that does stick out a few more feet, giving these dwarves some cover here in the center. They both pull out. Well, they took a full dash to get here, but they both ready their crossbows. These other ones are going to kind of take cover on the sides. Going to do the same, but they're going to have time to draw and fire from at the beginning here. And oof, they're going to be at long range. So they're going to have disadvantage, but they're going to be shooting at Zap and Xerox. So first one shooting at. Too bad. That's a natural 20 and a 16. So that gives them like a. It's like over 20 to hit Zap.
Okay, yeah, that hits.
Okay, so that's going to be um, 7 points of damage to you.
Okay.
And for
7 damage.
Xerox, it's going to be a 17 to hit.
It's not hit.
All right. They are going to, with a just like flash of movement, you see that these dwarves quickly, like with just a flurry of their hands, quickly reload the crossbows and fire again. It's gonna be a miss against Zap, and it's cocked. Miss against Xerox. Second round, both go whistling past you as you are now aware of their ploy. That's going to be the end of their turn. Xerox, you're up. Your allied dwarves are next.
Okay. Xerox is going to run over here and jump on whatever this is here. And she is going to take her javelin of lightning and throw it at Jug Grutnik here.
Nice. What's the range? Like 120?
120.
That's like just within range. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can get that other. I'll say you'll be able to get one of the dwarves with that.
That's fair. All right. And you know what? I don't know. We'll just chuck it as normal. There it is. 12.
12 to hit.
Yeah.
That does not hit Jug Grutnik.
Clatters to the ground over there. And Xerox, in frustration, will pull a mundane. Well, no, she'll.
Does the lightning still affect in that area though? Even if it doesn't hit, I think the lightning still does its thing.
On a hit, the target would not take anything. Each creature in the line, excluding you and the target. Okay, so the other dwarf would make a DC 13 Dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Continuing to roll really bad. That's a natural 4, so that's gonna be a failure. At least on my saves.
And he will take 14 lightning damage. And watching that somewhat satisfied, Xerox will. She doesn't have any other attacks, so at that range. So she's going to pull out the Warhammer, and that'll end her turn.
Awesome. Nicely done. Always love to see the lightning javelin make an appearance.
It's a fun one. It's really fun.
There's a crackling trail of energy just hanging in the air for a moment after the javelin sails past. The burns into this dwarf. The Jug Grutnik, though, is just like barely just shifts his body enough that the javelin impacts his breastplate and just like bounces off without doing too much real damage to him. And we go on to your allied dwarves. So this one's going to run over here along with Zlatic, and it's going to run over here. They're both going to try and get some cover. Zlatic is going to dash up here to take some cover with you here, Xerox, before advancing any further. And this guy here, Pal, is going to cast Bless on you, Xerox, Zlatic, and himself probably in range. So you are #blessed.
#blessed. Many thanks.
Love them D4s.
And that is their turn for now. And then we go to Jug Grutnik.
Boo.
To come over here, pushing one of these other dwarves out of some cover. Is going to take that spot here, and he, let's see, yeah, is going to stand up, and you see the darkness in his armor just like coalesce and then just like shoot out towards his hand and then form into an eldritch blast that he releases, which shoots through the air at Zlatic. He is going to shot. That is going to hit. And the second one, that is also going to hit. That's good. That's not good. Zlatic takes 2 Eldritch Blasts as oh, he was under cover. Nope, that still hit. And as they both like slam into him, they like just burst through the whatever like rotten wood and debris here that he was able to find some partial cover behind. The Eldritch Blast just destroys the barrier and slams into the Zlatic, doing some damage. Beep Boop, you're up. And Zap, you're on deck.
Okay. I have just a couple of questions. I apologize, but I have loud children. So this thing in the middle is like they are behind the middle of the clock.
Yeah, it's only like poking up out of the ground. So like the whole clock is maybe like a foot or two elevated above the rest of the ground here, and that central piece is another like 3 or 4 feet. So they're kind of like crouched behind it.
Okay. And did you say there's a hole in like the floor there or no?
Yeah, yeah. So the clock itself, where it meets the rest of the ground around it, the tiling and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
there are a few pieces where it's like broken and you can see a little bit, maybe just like a few inches, like a broken chunk here that you can see in. And there's like, you were told that there was like some unexplored and unexcavated like shaft that goes down beneath the mountain. One of those, at least, or if it maybe more, if there are more, is directly beneath this clock.
Okay. Sounds cool. And then that large piece of stone that they were dragging, is that in the room currently? Or is
Yeah,
that
so
not yet?
when you guys ran in here, the dwarves had just finished like crafting that stone, that ore, into whatever shape and demands that the gith had. So there are a few like piles in here where they were doing that work, but the relevant material has already moved on from this round.
Shit. Okay. Cool. Then my plan is what my plan is. I'm going to. I don't actually think I have to move to do this. I'm gonna like pull up my weaver's tools because that's what I use, my large knitting needles, and start knitting up a storm of like red and cast a wall of fire
Oh,
behind that like last row. So like
you right
here-ish.
click. There's a laser pointer.
Oh, I
Oh yeah,
wrote the thing, but like
perfect.
back there, I think that's 120 feet.
It's 140 feet across all the way.
Oh,
So there'd be like 5 feet on either side potentially if you want to do it
no,
right in the middle.
yeah, so I can make 60 feet. That's fair, I guess. And each creature within its area within the fire? I haven't cast a spell in so long.
It's a wall of fire.
Yeah. They have to be within 10 feet of it or in the fire to take damage.
Yeah, so the wall, like imagine the wall is just like a really thin thing with like a really thick
Yeah,
like range of burniness.
10 feet. Okay, yeah. So I'm going to put it close enough to that back row where they can take that heat.
All right, so you want to make sure you get the giants on it.
Oh no, I want to get the two.
These 3 dwarves.
Oh, I can't get them all.
Ah, gotja. So
Fuck it.
Stenka and number 4.
I'm gonna run up so I can make sure that it gets behind the giants, and I'll put it behind the giants. So it has to be 100 within 120 feet. So I'm gonna put it like within 10 feet of the two giants.
Well, can you tell me, like, show me where you're putting it?
I
'Cause I don't
can.
know. I don't
You
know
have
what
to
you're talking
guess,
about.
Mark. Back
Okay, and
here,
it's
and I want to get.
60 feet.
Yeah, it's a 60-foot wide. I think that's doable. No,
Yeah,
it's
let me.
Are
not
they
doable.
Nope.
are they in the fire?
Yeah,
They're
just
they're
over
like
60 feet
70
apart.
feet. Yeah, they're like 70 feet apart.
Man, so
Like
close.
65.
Gosh darn it! Everybody's ruining my plans. This room's so gosh darn big.
Big rooms. Yes.
There.
Throws a big wrench in any plans.
Hmm.
It really does. I want to make this wall of fire so bad. I'm
Could you
switching
do
Just
like
gears.
a
put it
pretty
on
quick one,
Jug.
like right here? Like get like 4 of them like this?
Um,
Or if you put it there,
I've changed my mind entirely.
I leave.
Just do it vertically and like
Like
between the two giants.
right up here.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna get Senka and these three in a. I'm gonna change my element, and I'm gonna go for ice, and I'm gonna drop a quick ice storm of a 20-foot radius on all those bastards right there.
Yeah, I can definitely get them all four of these.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a six. That's gonna be a dexterity saving throw from
DC.
17.
Okay. Oh, jeez. Threw my die on a chip and then off the table. That's a natural 20 for number 2. A natural 1 for Jug. What a roller coaster. Natural 19, so that's going to be like that'll be a 20 for number 3, which will make it. And then Senka. So 2 and 3 succeeded, and then Jug and Senka failed.
Okay, well, Judge and Senka take 8 bludgeoning damage and 18 cold damage.
Nice. So that's a 26.
Yes. And the rest of those take half that. And now they are sitting in some difficult terrain within that 40-foot diameter of a circle.
Nice. Nicely done.
Thank you. And that will be my turn for now.
So that's rough terrain right there. All right, after Beep, we have Zap.
All right, Zap is going to tell me if I'm allowed to do this. Can I use my meta magic to split one of my character rays as a sorcerer? Like I have the twinning meta magic as a sorcerer.
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. It's okay. Actually, I just realized that it's only supposed to be for cantrips, so maybe I don't know if that's too powerful.
You can split things that aren't cantrips. If you're talking about the
Oh
sorcerer
yeah,
meta
I just
magic.
have to do. That's right. I just have to increase the amount of sorcery points if
Yeah.
I do higher level things. Okay. I want to split my sleep ray and try to hit both of
Ooh,
the giants.
nice.
So
Nicely
Zap's gonna
done.
move up a little bit. Can reach them. Probably, actually, I'll come over here so I have some cover. But I think I'm still within 120 feet of. Wait, am I?
Like
They're so far away.
145 from Bone
Oh
Crunch.
man. So wait, I was here. Oh man.
Yeah, Bone
Ah,
Crunch is pretty
I'll
far
I'll
away.
go in them here. Let's see. I thought I
Yeah,
was
right
like
out in the
here.
open. Yeah.
40. Can I get there? Yeah. Oh, can I reach him? Yeah. I think maybe. You tell me.
You can blink
That's
too if you want,
Oh,
because you're a
that's
blink
true.
dog.
I am a blink dog. Sure. Zap is gonna blink up, gonna ran up here and then blink up to like the other side of this center thing for cover.
Yeah, nice.
And as I go, I'm gonna use my twinning ability to dual cast my sleep ray, and both giants must make a 16 wisdom save.
Wisdom save. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm expecting. Let me double check there.
I'm hoping that frost giants don't really
I don't
worry
think
too much
their
about
wisdom is their
wisdom.
highest stat. No.
Yeah. Zap doesn't think they're very wise creatures.
Yeah.
The wise frost
All
giants.
right. What's the DC?
DC 16.
Okay, so that die is for the one on the left. DC 16. We have one failure and one success.
Okay.
Bone Crunch fails, goes to sleep, or
Okay.
Blood Mash rather, but
Oh, Blood Mash is.
Bone Crunch stays awake.
All right. But Blood Mash is sleeping peacefully over there for a minute.
As the frost giant is like, lumbering, like running towards you guys, like stomping, like shaking the ground with every footstep. You can see there's like bits of the like not quite glass material that's on the surface of this clock, like shaking with each step of these giants. And then with one enormous thud, you hear as Bloodmash just like mid stride just falls asleep and then slams into the ground, sliding like 10 feet before coming to a stop, slumbering peacefully.
Excellent.
Go to sleep.
Don't want to hit that one now.
Nicely done, Zap. Anything else?
Nope. I think that should do it. I'm just
All
making
right.
sure I mark off the right number of sorcery points. I think it would be 2, because it's like 1 sorcery point if it's a cantrip.
Yeah, it's like 1 for. I
So
think
the
it's
spell's level to the target. A second. Oh, it is just 1 then, because I think. Well, sleep is a.
It's based on the spell level.
Yeah.
What spell
Okay,
level
that
is
makes
it?
sense. Well, it's sleep. It's my sleep ray. So,
Oh, right.
I'm gonna look that up real quick, or like what the spell would be.
The sleep ray is even better than the sleep spell.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm gonna call it. I'll just call it a level 2 for now.
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
All right. And that brings us then to the giants. One slumbering. Bone Crunch, however, still awake, is going to charge in. Let's see. Gonna be can't man. Is this room big or what? He's gonna run. One foot like just breaking through the glass. He's gonna run all the way down here with his dash, but he is not gonna be able to crunch any bones yet.
Oh, that's scary.
That is scary. He's fast.
And that is his turn. His friend's turn is spent sleeping. Ellipsis, you're up.
What will you have me do?
Kill. Don't let Senka. Don't let the tall, slender, githy one get away.
That's just another dwarf.
What happened to the githy one?
It left.
It ran away already.
God damn it. We gotta hurry.
He will take flight and will move his full movement plus dash.
Where are they going?
So I have moved the full 60 movement that I have, and I will hang out here, flying in the air invisibly.
Oh yeah, genius.
All right. Does that end your turn?
That'll end my turn.
Okay. That brings us back to the bad dwarves. They are going to continue crossbowing from cover while they have a giant still in the game. Let's see. These two are going to peek over and shoot at you, Zap.
All right.
They're no longer in long range, so we're going to get 2 shots from each of them.
Do I get partial cover since I'm hiding behind the center thing?
Yeah, so I'll give you another 2 AC.
Okay.
So it'll be a 17 and an 18 to hit.
Okay, my AC is 18, so I think they would not hit.
Okay. Well, 18 will hit.
But that's my AC, and I get a +2. That's my
Oh, so your
regular
AC is
Sorry.
20 then.
Yeah, so my AC right now
Gotcha.
is 20.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I said that weird.
The other one's gonna pop out and try and do the same, and is definitely gonna miss their shots. Awesome. Then numbers 1 and 4. 1 is going to kind of advance over here and is going to take a shot at Beat Boop, seeing you, or take 2 shots at Beat Boop, seeing you casting magic. Not a fan of that. That's in range. So 2 shots. That's a 16 to hit and a 22 to hit.
The 22 hits.
That's going to be 7 points of damage. And then number 4 is going to advance around this side. And it's going to... Ooh, yeah, he's going to take another shot at Zlatic, or take 2 shots at Zlatic as well. That's going to be a 15, which misses, and a 22, which is going to hit Zlatic. Another 5 points of damage. And that is regular dwarf turn. All right, Xerox.
Xerox is going to run 40 feet up here, using her bonus action to fly into a rage, and she's going to throw 2 javelins recklessly at number 4.
Nice. He has partial cover there behind that pillar, so he's a +2 to his AC right now.
On my D4, I'm adding 2 to everything that I... Okay, cool. First one is a 26.
Yeah.
And that'll be 9 piercing damage. And then second one is an 18.
That does not hit with his cover. He like just ducks behind and the
Oh,
javelin.
I didn't add my D4 onto that, so that's a 18. Or no, what was the previous roll? Shoot.
I think he said 18.
Okay, so that's a 20.
That will hit.
Yeah. Another 9 piercing damage.
Nice.
And Xerox will equip her hammer, and that will end her turn.
Fantastic. All right. After Xerox, we have the other dwarves. Zlatic, seeing that he is drawing a lot of fire, is going to duck back. Why can't I? Oh, there we go. He's going to duck back into a little bit better cover here for the moment. And actually, he's going to run up and get cover. Oh my god. Dang, stop. Like, keeps moving everything, like the whole map around when I just want to move. There we go. Token. His companion here is going to run up next to him and is going to press a radiant hand into Zlatic's back, healing him for a few points of health. And Zlatic is going to shout out at Jug. He says, "The rest of you can give up and leave. Anybody not a member of the Grutnik clan is not as responsible for this. Grutnik, though, Jug, your head is mine." And he is going to pull out his shield and get ready to charge in there. But he is down for the moment this round, so that leads us to Jug's turn, who, seeing Zlatic get under cover, is going to change his target. I'm going to shift right over here, getting out of the difficult terrain, and is going to take his shots against you, Zap. 2 Eldritch Blasts. You can still have cover from here.
Okay, cool.
That's going to be an 18 and like an 11.
Neither one will hit then.
All right, both blasts just like slam into this, the what seems to be like a housing for some clockwork elements of this contraption here, just like bounces off the brasswork of it, and you are saved from damage by just a bit, a hair. And that ends Jug's turn. Beep, you're up. Zap, you're on deck.
It's my turn?
Mhm.
Excellent. I am going to move. There's so many screens. There are so many tabs for so many things. It's okay. I am going to quickly make a decision. I've been thinking about this the whole time, I promise. I just have to think of how far these things can move by themselves. I think it's 15 feet. We're good. Oh my god. The dogs are barking. Ugh, okay, anyways. I'm going to move up my speed to get a little bit closer into the fray, and then I'm going to use my action to create 2 small ballistas. These ones are little ones with flappy wings, so they can move themselves. And one of them is going to have a big fat cannon on it, and the other one is going to be a protector. And on my turn, the one that has a big old cannon is going to shoot at Jug Grootnik.
Not Jug.
Oh, we're gonna hit some Jug with a. Oh, that's not gonna cut it. Wait, never mind. 19 to hit. Holy shit.
19 just hits Jug.
Nice.
Perfect. Well then, Jug is going to take damage.
Say it ain't so.
Oh, it be so. He's going to take 12 points of force damage and be pushed backwards.
How many damages?
12. Correct. And that force blast is going to come at him so hot that he's going to be pushed 5 feet back.
Okay. Out of any cover he might have. Blasting him back.
Oh, damn it.
What?
I forgot a bit of damage for my attack for board, but it is neither here nor there. My fault for forgetting. And then the other one is going to fly. I need to make something for these two, but it's going to fly 1, 2, a little closer to Zap, so it'll probably put them right about here, close to Zap and Ellipses, to offer them some protection.
Nice.
So as it activates, oh, I rolled the wrong thing. They're going to get some temporary hit points, which I will tell you about in a little bit. And you also have half cover, both of you within 10 feet of it.
Very cool.
Nice.
And
This
that's
wouldn't be
my turn.
considered a creature, would it?
Probably a construct.
It's a construct.
Okay. Okay.
What's the context of the question?
On my turn, I was wondering if I could apply Dragon's Breath to it, but it has to be a creature and it has to have some kind of mouth.
Yeah, okay.
So
Yep.
that's probably too much of a stretch.
Good thinking though. That would be great. All right, is that end your turn, Beep?
Yeah, you all gain 11 temporary hit points, and that does end my turn.
Nice.
Nice. That's for Zap and Ellipsis. You're up
Correct.
in the air.
Yep, probably don't reach it.
Oh, probably not.
All right. Zap.
All right. Zap is going to move back. If I move out of that range, do I lose that cover? Or
You got to be within 10 feet of it.
okay, I'm gonna move over to this side of it, and I'm gonna. Sorry, I had a plan and then I got too many other ideas. Actually, before I move, I'm going to bitey bite, bone crunch, and so I'm gonna run back over to bone crunch. I'm gonna chomp him on the leg,
Good.
like you do. That's gonna be a 24 to hit,
Yeah.
and ooh, double sixes. So that's gonna be 12. So I have 17 damage on that bite,
Nice.
and then I'm gonna bamf over here, boop, beat boop with my nose, and imbue him with dragon's breath,
Boopity
and
boop.
then step back over here by the shield.
Awesome.
Beautiful.
So you now have dragon's breath as long as I can concentrate on it, which means that as an action you can do 3d6, let's say acid damage.
Excellent.
In a big cone, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Going back to getting back to the right page here. Yeah. Spewing magical energy in a 15-foot cone.
Right. That is going to bring us to Bone Crunch, who does not see ellipses. Got confused by Zap running and biting and blinking. Hears the war cry of Xerox and sees a worthy foe. Going to lumber over at you, Xerox, and is going to slam its great axe down on you twice.
Before it does, as I see it moving away, could I use my reaction to cast a telekinetic ray?
Absolutely, you can.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Get
Oh no, wait! It must make a strength saving throw.
Ugh.
shit.
Yeah.
Does it say what its DC is on there by any chance?
Yes, it does.
Okay. What's my target?
Oh god, 1 maybe.
Let's see. It got a 9. It has a +6 to its strength, and it has no other bonus, so it gets a 15 to its strength saving throw.
DC was 16.
Oh!
Well done.
Nice.
My telekinetic ray will move it 30 feet directly up in the air since I can move it any direction. So as it tries to move away from where it currently was, which is pretty damn close to me, it will move 30 feet up to the air, right about where I'm at.
All right. It's just gonna float right here.
And I
As it,
believe it is my turn next.
as it roars and begins to lumber towards you, Xerox, you like glance over just in time to see it just like flip up and like start rotating in the air, and it's floating, just like roaring and
Xerox,
like swinging its great axe around.
Xerox for a brief second. It's like, oh no, oh no, oh no. Am I gonna do it? Just bad experiences, just ingrained in her head now.
So if that does bring it near you, Ellipses, and you just used effectively like an attack or a spell, you're now visible, right?
Yeah, sounds fair.
It will then attack you as it's flailing around here. I want to consider giving it disadvantage on these attacks. Give me Let's see. Give me, since it's a telekinesis, give me an intelligence check. And if you beat a 15, it's going to have disadvantage on its attacks, as it's just like under complete disarray, as it's been all of its intention for the round has been usurped, and it's now floating out of its control.
That's a 7.
All right, so it's going to attack. It still swings with wild abandon, making 2 attacks at no disadvantage. First one's okay. It still has a plus a lot. First one's a 28 to hit, and the
That'll
second
hit.
is a 21 to hit.
Both hit.
Okay. The great axe slams into you. Jeez. The first one, first hit does 24 points of slashing damage to you. The second attack, oh dear. That is another 30 slashing damage from the second attack.
Lipsy is unfazed.
All right.
Jesus.
Good to hear. It's the giant is now like it sees you and slams into you. You can hear it just roaring in your face, like frozen spittle is just like it's just spraying it with its bloody roar, and that's gonna end its turn. So Ellipsis, your full turn now.
All right, Ellipsis is going to fly up and grab Bone Crunch with its talons and claws and fly directly down into this glass towards like 3 and 2
All right.
into the ice storm, like launching them into it and hopefully through the glass.
Like trying to slam Bone Crunch into them.
Yes, and the glass, hopefully breaking it and setting them all tumbling down.
So there is like clockwork beneath the glass that you can see. So it would be really tough. You'd have to like break this whole contraption likely to like send them down. You're definitely welcome to try. It's I just want to let you know that it's a pretty sturdy contraption here.
He's not that intelligent. It seems like a good idea. He's doing
Yeah,
it.
awesome. Go ahead and give me a so you have multi attack. Why don't you give me a strength check with advantage?
27.
27.
Oh, no, wait, that's a save. Never mind.
Oh,
21.
21. Still pretty good. You grab Bone Crunch, your claws just digging into its fleshy ankles, and you just fly down and throw the giant into its companions down here in the rough terrain from the ice storm. Bone Crunch slams in, shards of ice and shards of glass go flying into dwarves 2 and 3. I'll give you some damage to both of them. So, why don't we? I'll roll some fall damage for Bone Crunch. Why don't you roll me, um, 3d6, like AoE damage from the impact.
9.
9 shard damage from the shards of ice and glass go flying into the giant and the nearby dwarves. And the giant will also take another 14 points of bludgeoning damage. So I think that's 24 damage to the giant total. And then 9 damage, you said, to numbers 2 and 3.
Nice.
Number 3 is looking pretty heavily wounded at this point. Number 2 is bloodied as well. The giant is not.
Go figure.
Okay. Nicely done.
Oh, wait. I'm not done.
Okay.
I'm going to use my movement to get as close as I can to Jug.
Uh-huh. 20. Yeah, you can get right up to him.
And I'm going to use my action surge.
Nice.
And I am going to make an attack on him to further throw him onto Bone Crush and try to break the glass even more.
All right. So you're gonna try and grapple him and like lift him up and throw him down.
Yes,
All right. So yeah, make
pile driver style.
the first attack a grapple.
It's just a strength check.
Yeah, it'll be athletics against their either athletics or acrobatics.
13.
Unless I gave you. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay. 13. They got oh my god, a natural 1. So you easily pick up Jug after they've been driven back by the sudden burst of force from the turret earlier. He's off balance. You pick him up and then just slam him down onto Bone Crunch and the other dwarves. Give me a strength check.
16.
16. You slam him down. It's harder now, like because you already used much of your movement to like, and the giant is so large, so you have to like get up pretty high just to throw him down on top of the giant. But you do it, and Jug gets slammed into the pile. Why don't you roll me another 2d6 for AoE damage here, and I'll give him another 6 damage from the slam.
6.
You did 6?
Yes.
Cool. So that's 12 total for him. Bringing Jug to bloodied status. And these other dwarves take another 6.
I, at this point, fly into a rage and scream out, "Do not mess with my masters!"
Can we keep him? I shout to Xerox.
Xerox is saying, I don't see why not.
Nicely done.
Yeah.
Huge WWE energy turn. I love it.
Mhm.
And that brings us to Bad Dwarves' turn. So these two dwarves are definitely prone after being slammed down twice. So they're going to spend half their movement just getting up, and then basically the rest of their movement just like getting out of this
Difficult terrain.
And both of them look at each other. You can hear them curse under their breath. Xerox, you hear them say something, one of them say to the other, no amount of money is worth our lives, and these two start running off. Dwarves 1 and 4, however, are not quite so cowed yet, and 4 is going to take 2 shots at you, Xerox, popping out from cover. Natural 1 and 1 attack and a 22 on the other.
22 hits.
And that through there. That'll be 9 points of piercing damage, halved, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
And number 1 is going to, seeing Ellipses as a horrifying threat at this point, is going to shoot 2 bolts at you, Ellipses. So you're just like throwing giants around. Both are going to miss. Like a, what is that, a 11 and a 9 to hit you.
Excellent.
And that's, yeah.
Xerox will shout out, seeing the two dwarves trying to flee and hearing them will say, let them go. They've given up. Or just warning her companions, like, no need to fight two people that are running away.
Yeah. Right on. That's going to end the evil dwarves' turn. So Xerox, you're up.
Xerox is going to let out another roar and run up to number 4 and is going to swing once recklessly with the Warhammer. And that's a 30. to hit. Um,
Yeah, of course, that hits.
14 bludgeoning damage, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to knock him prone.
Nice.
So I'll roll my 29 athletics strength check,
Jeez. Yep. He's slammed down into the ground.
and then I will
Crossbow goes sliding across the ground out of his reach.
bring the warhammer down on him again with advantage, but I already did reckless. 27 to hit.
Yeah.
And 7 bludgeoning damage.
7 bludgeoning damage. Nice. He is definitely pretty hurt, even
Nice.
more than bloodied.
What does that work? That can't be right.
Only 7 damage? What'd you roll?
Yeah, it's a with D. What? I mean, yeah. Only 7 damage. Yeah,
Did you roll a 1?
I rolled a 1. Yeah,
Okay, I was like, there's no way you did, like, you definitely have, like, at least a +6 modifier, because you have...
Yeah.
Do you have 5, do you have +5 from your strength?
yeah. I have +5 from the strength.
Then
So
2
yeah,
from
I rolled a
rage.
1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I didn't have rage damage on it, so add 6 more damage onto both of those, onto one
Oh,
of those.
okay, so
6
6
more total
damage
damage.
total.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, cool. That puts him at very close. Okay. Just with 2 slams, just like the hit, the bash with your shield, and the slamming of the hammer down on this person's back. You hear a rib crack under the weight of it as they're just like pushed into the ground. Sounds like maybe the tiles beneath them just broke as well, possibly, and they are very hurt and on the ground. Anything else, Xerox?
That'll end my turn.
Okay. And Lotic is going to run out here. Just dash towards Jug. Oh my god, Senka hasn't gone at all because Senka's supposed to go on Jug's turn, but I just forgot that fact. So I'm probably going to give Senka an action surge on this round.
I was just thinking.
That's fair.
Been
Like he's
pretty...
just been watching.
He's like Jug's bodyguard, and he's just like, who cares? Lotic's gonna spend
It's
their
just
dash just to run up here and get in position to attack Jug. They're gonna run around this side, I think. So let's see what's the range they can get to. Yeah, man, this room's so big. They're gonna dash and just like get back over here. Looks like they're running towards Jug. And that's gonna be that guy's turn. And these ones, this one sees you well in control of that situation. It's going to run up over here to help deal with this giant. This one's going to run up here after this crossbowman, but stubby dwarven legs don't have the most movement, so he's going to take some cover right there. You see this dwarf down here just reach out and what looks like some long like left to ruin and long dried out and dead, like any vegetation in these like plant potters and flower boxes is long gone, but there are some roots of, or like some boxes of soil still remaining in this place. And this dwarf over here just like reaches out, and from this like just desiccated soil spring forth vines that come over and wrap around, or attempt to wrap around dwarf number 1 over here in cover. And he is entangled or grappled here by the vines, so he's stuck here. His name is Gary, apparently. And Gary is stuck. When you rename them, could you keep my numbers just so I don't lose track of which one is which? for my HP tracking and such.
Gary.
Gary won. So Gary is entangled now and is trapped here in these vines that sprung up. All right. Jug is up. Jug is upside down. Let's go Senka before Jug. Senka is going to doesn't like what Xerox is doing over there, but more important is getting Jug to safety. This is all difficult terrain, so Senka, even with this action surge, is not going to be able to do a whole lot. Ellipses, are you close to the ground at this point?
Yeah, I think he slammed into it. Like he should be on the ground.
Right. Senka's going to run and dash over here, and then we're going to say use their action surge that they suddenly have because they were like, "What am I doing? I'm doing nothing. I should do something." And is going to unleash a flurry of attacks against you, Ellipses.
Yep. I already used my reaction.
All right.
You did?
Wait, it's new turn, right?
It is.
No, it is new turn. Reaction. Paralyzing ray.
All right. That's a save.
Constitution save.
Constitution save. Natural 10 is going to be for this fella. Gonna get him to a 15.
That's not a 16.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
He runs over
Jesus.
here and just like charges through all the broken glass and ice and just like knocks a giant leg out of the way so he can get past. Sees Gruten or Jug is still alive and just puts himself between you and his master. Pulls out his hammer and begins to just as he's going to like start wailing on you, just slows to a stop and just is paralyzed, frozen in place with the hammer just like a few feet away from your head.
Jesus.
You just didn't have the will to do it.
He says 3 inches from his face.
All right. Well, that's Senka's less than heroic return to the game. Jug is going to spend half movement to get up. And that means he has like 10 feet of movement from there, which should allow him to pass through Senka and attack you, Ellipses.
Even out of that difficult terrain? Just kidding.
No, that's true. He would only be able to get. He's like, since Senka is paralyzed, and their icons are a little bigger than they actually are for my own sake. So I'll say he can get to the edge there and attack you. And he, as he's you saw him shoot some eldritch energy from his hands before, and it looks like he's about to shoot you, but as he does, he instead like reaches back and this eldritch blade just apparates into his hand on the downswing, and he tries to cut into you with it with a pair of attacks. One's a 12 and the other's a 24 to hit.
The 24 hits.
Right, he is going to hit ya. And he is going to unleash some less than divine energy into you in addition to this blade attack. So you take 10 points of slashing damage.
So have.
So 5 points of slashing damage. And then another 16 points of necrotic damage.
Okay. I feel no pain. This is nothing.
Feel this, and he swings at you again, and that's the end of his turn. And Senka's Beep, you're up. Zap, you're on deck.
Everybody moved.
Zap's close.
Well, no, I mean all of the bad guys moved. Yeah, my plan was so simple with them all laying there. I was just gonna drop a fireball on their heads, but now I want to not, hurt people. Oh wait, I have an idea. And
Like, as if Ellipses would care if you burned him with a
I know,
fireball.
I know. 1, 2, 3. So
What I
first,
deserve.
first thing I'm gonna take this chance to make both of my little dudes move just a little. So the shield, I'll roll that later. The shield is gonna attack Senka. Senka, you dead man. And I will roll for an attack. Maybe hitting buttons. It doesn't. 24 to hit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he will take. Oh man, I forgot I could do that. There's so many gosh damn things. He's gonna take. Oh, that's very poor roll. 6 damage and be pushed back 5 feet.
Okay. Well,
I think I can do it. I don't know. Do you think I can drop a fireball on all 3 of them without hitting ellipses?
are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Yeah,
tough to
probably.
eyeball. You could
If you
probably do it.
freaking
Let's
do
see
it
it.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, if you sit right back there.
You know, you don't always get to bust out the tape measure in real life in a split-second decision. I say just go with your gut.
I'm gonna do it. Life
It's
goes on.
okay if you burn me alive.
It's cool. What's the radius?
Dexterity save. It's 20-foot radius. Dexterity saving throw of 17.
Yeah, you can definitely make sure that doesn't hit ellipses. Dexterity saving throw of 17.
Correctamundo.
Okay. Sanka gets a natural 20.
Well, he's
Jug gets
paralyzed.
a
Wait,
natural 20.
isn't Senka paralyzed? Doesn't he automatically fail?
Oh, he does. Ah.
Not
All
that it
right, Jug
matters.
still gets one though.
That's fine. Jug, you good.
Bone Crunch is on the ground. Does that give him
No,
disadvantage?
he doesn't. I looked ahead. I
Okay, well, he
checked
got a
already.
5. Well, natural 5. So Senka and Bone Crunch fail. Jug dives behind Senka, getting some cover,
And it
Okay.
melts the glass just like a little bit.
and breaks some more glass. And the whole, that's it with a fireball going into this too. Give me an Arcana roll, please.
Gladly. That's a 7. 16.
16. There's another crunch, and as the explosive expansion of force just breaks and shatters some more of the glass, one of the gears beneath the glass is knocked loose, and you can hear with a groaning sound as it like the weight of it, as whatever held it up has been broken, and when the weight of the gear now is like stretching and bending whatever bracket that's holding it up, and with a groan it falls off into the distance. You can see now that there is like a open spot about here that just is glass has broken and shattered, and there's a small gap now between the gears as one of them has fallen down beneath. And you can see there's just a seemingly or potentially endless hole right here beneath you.
Ooh. I like ye. So the people that failed took 20 what was it? 20. Oh god. 21 plus 8, so 29 damage, half to whoever succeeded, which I think is just big man.
He takes 15. And then Bone Crunch also got hit for full. Okay. Jug and Senka are both bloodied. Crunch
Great.
is fine.
And then Zap and Zlotic.
Oh my god, actually, Crunch is just bloodied.
It's what
That
we
makes
like
me
to
very
hear.
happy. And then Zap and Zlotic are gonna get 9 temporary hit points just because they're next to my shieldy shield.
Okay.
Does that
Remind
go
me
on
that if
top of
they
the one
take
we already
take
got?
damage. No, you can't.
No, you can't stack.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
And then I'm gonna move up just a little closer to my little blasty blaster so I can feed off of that half cover. And that'll be my turn.
Nice. All right. After Beep Boop, we have Zap.
Zap is going to Zap darts up here and give Senka a good old big chomp.
Nice.
And that's going to be not great. 16 to hit.
16. Chomp just bites down on some of the plates of Senka's armor, not getting enough purchase.
Puts
He
little
is
dents on
paralyzed. Is that
Oh, he's
advantage?
paralyzed.
Oh yeah. So I get to roll
Yeah.
with advantage. That's exciting. Oh, I rolled a 2. That's lame.
If he's
Never mind.
paralyzed, I think paralyzed is actually really bad, isn't it? Because
Oh, yeah.
Paralyzed is really bad. You can't do anything.
it is
Turn
just
this off.
advantage though.
Oh shit.
But it's like every hit is a critical if it hits, but if your attacker is within 5 feet,
Oh,
but
okay.
so you have advantage on your attacks.
Okay. Yeah, I still did not succeed then.
Dang.
And then I'm gonna bamf back here a little ways. Again. Just about there.
Okay.
Back in back in range of the shield thing.
Gotcha. All right. Get your half cover.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. If that ends your turn, we move on to Sleepy Blood Mash and
It
very hurt Bone
does.
Crunch.
Yep.
Bone Crunch is going to get up. Oh boy. And is going to take the one step he needs in order to get into range of ellipses. I'm just gonna
Zap
start
is also barking incessantly at Bone Crunch when he stands up.
gonna start chopping at you.
I would like to cast Slowing Ray at Bone Crush as soon as he gets up.
All right. Needs a save.
Dexterity saving throw.
Let's see. That's a natural 17. With a
So yes.
-1, so down to 16.
Yep, that beats it.
That just makes it.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Shrugs off the slowing ray and steps forward to deliver some giant axe attacks against you. 2 great axe attacks. One is where is that? 16 to hit, and the other's a 22 to hit.
And both will hit.
Ooh, boy.
My AC is 16.
These come down pretty hard. Let's
With
see
half
what.
damage, unless it's
Oh
psychic
yeah.
damage.
No, this Frost Giant does not do psychic damage. Just lots of
Only.
cleaving damage. That's a 19 plus. That's 25 slashing damage on the first hit.
Okay.
So down to what? 12. And 31 on the second, so down to 15.
So you see Ellipses fall to the ground and instantly get back up. I cannot be killed.
Ah,
Which is sad for someone who wants to die so bad.
give me
You're telling me.
give me an intimidation check.
17.
17. Me Jug and Senka are pretty steel-willed, but this giant doesn't really have a big dog in this fight. And is really not happy about being thrown around by you and then incinerated by a fireball. Bone Crunch, you can see just a look of horror enter this giant's face, and you can see that like it starts speaking in giant to Jug. Do any of you speak giant?
9.
9. I do
No.
not.
It you can just imagine it it like it's pointing at you and like shaking its head and like shouting at Jug as it's backing away from you.
Excellent.
Attack of opportunity. No, I used a reaction.
And it's not its turn, so it'll start backing away on its turn, and then awesome, great one. That brings us back up to Senka and Jug's turn. Jug is going to turn to this giant. He's going to look back at Blood Mash back there on the ground. He is going to... Oof, does he want to take that? No, he is going to shoot Blood Mash with an Eldritch Blast.
Waking him up early.
He...
So wouldn't he have disadvantage on that?
Since he's
I'm
prone.
s- I'm s- I'm hard pressed to say he has disadvantage against such a bulk that's laying on the ground.
Yeah,
there.
I know. I'm joking.
I did think about it too, and I was like,
Realistically, no.
Yeah.
and it doesn't even matter because I rolled a natural 8, which oh wait, it does have a really low AC. It does have an AC of 14, so that does still hit. And with that, Blood Mash takes a little bit of damage, but is awoken from their slumber as an Eldritch Blast slams into their exposed belly.
Nice.
But Bone Crunch is still backing away. Jug, pleased with that, turns back to you, Ellipses, and says, "Well, why don't we see about that?" And tries to slash at you again with his strange Eldritch Blade. Gets a 25 to hit,
That will hit.
and is going to do some damage to you.
Thank God I could finally die. As Ellipses falls to the ground.
Ellipses
man.
falls unconscious. With that, this giant is going to try and steal their resolve after seeing the object of their horror just drop. Fails to do so comically and continues, no, and it's just like still just like trying to run out of this place. And that brings us back to these other guys. Sven and Albert are running away as quick as they can. They both get near the door. Gary is entangled, is going to try and rip themselves out. And
I'm sorry, what was that
fails.
name?
Gary
Thank
is
you.
stuck in the vines still. And that ends her turn. Xerox.
Xerox.
I forgot about Philip.
The name again?
Philip.
Thank you.
begins crawling away from you, Xerox.
Xerox, as he's crying away, asks him just gruffly, "Do you yield?"
Anything, please. Just let me go.
Xerox has no reason to. Shit. I don't have a second. Oh man. So Mark, would you say that the giant is occupying this space here?
Right there. You could get into that space.
Okay. Yeah. Xerox is going to fly just above the ground and is going to make it to here. Shoot. And is going to say, "On your way, lad," and is going to swing twice with her hammer at Bone Crunch.
Nice.
We're going to do that recklessly. 30 to hit.
Yep.
12 bludgeoning damage. And shit, 14 to hit.
That just hits.
13 more bludgeoning damage, and I will use my bonus action to try to. Actually, I'm gonna use my handy dandy new. I'm gonna use my bonus action to shove to knock shove the big giant back 5 feet.
Is it gonna save? Is it an athletics check?
It's a contested athletics check.
Gotcha. Not very great. That's a +9 to athletics. 15.
I got a 28. So he
Nice.
moves back 5 feet. And then I will expend a charge from my new weapon to send him back an additional 10 feet towards the rear of the room. Yeah. And I'll say, "There, I got you a head start. Go." And that will end my turn.
Awesome. Okay. Your allied dwarves are up. Senka, you stay there. This guy here. 5. He can just get over to you. Ellipses. And you are painfully and against your will brought back to life with 5 hit points as this dwarf lays on hands.
Do not resuscitate.
And let's see, Gary's over there. This guy's going to step through. He's going to run up here and just like step through the vines as if they weren't there, and brings down a hammer on Gary, who is prone, taking advantage. That'll be 1 hit and 2 hit for 15 points of damage total against Gary. Gary is looking heavily wounded and is saying, it's like you can see him over there just like, holding his hand out against to block the next hammer blow, like, please let me go, and begins crawling away as well. That's and then Slothic is going to run up here. Can't get to Grutnik quite yet, but is going to bring their hammer down on Senka, who is still paralyzed. So advantage on these attacks. Oh my god, that armor though. First one misses. And the second one misses. Both attacks against this paralyzed target just bounce off against their plate mail. And Zlotic stops and steals himself for a moment, whispers a swift prayer, and then continues their attack as they're continually trying to get around Senka at to get to Jug. And that is going to end their turn. Jug is up. So let's see. Blood Mash missed his turn because Jug woke him up on his turn. So Blood Mash is up. So I'm going to do Blood Mash real quick as well. Blood Mash is going to run up here. Sees Bone Crunch trying to flee, but is going to continue the fight for the moment. Going to spend their turn just dashing in. It's Blood Mash's turn. Now we're catching back up to where we were supposed to be, which was Jug. Jug is going to, not seeing that Ellipses is a threat again, is going to run over here to Zira. Is actually, yeah, Jug does not give a fuck, actually. Jug is going to run over here behind Blood Mash and just run alongside Blood Mash's shadow here. And is going to shoot 2 Eldritch Blasts at Zlotic. One of which will hit for not a huge amount of damage. Zlotic looks wounded, but not bloodied yet after the healing he received earlier.
Oh shoot, Mark.
Yeah.
I technically pushed Bone Crunch on top of the hole.
He is right on the hole there.
I don't know if you're gonna call that he's just on the edge of it or whatever. Either way, I don't care.
I'm going to give Bone Crunch a dexterity saving throw to avoid rolling into the hole. Not huge dexterity, but he is a large boy, and it's he's
He could
almost
grab
as
the
big as
edges.
the hole itself. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna set the DC at I'll say a 13 for him. Why don't you do me the honors and roll a d20? He has a -1 to his dexterity saving throw, so he needs to get a 14 or higher to not fall down the hole.
12.
Bone Crunch is one leg and an arm dangle dangerously down the hole, but he just lashes out one arm, grabs onto some debris, some other broken glass, cutting into his hand, but he holds himself up, not falling down yet.
Oh, he holds when he. Okay.
Oh wait, no, that means he failed. I was thinking
Yeah.
because you were rolling it. I was wanting you to get. Oh god, my brain.
Right.
So cancel that. Just as he's about to reach out and grab onto some shard of glass or some clockwork piece to hold on, it breaks, cutting into his hand, lacerating it, and there's just a horrible scream as this enormous creature goes tumbling down the hole A few chunks of glass and clockwork, broken clockwork apparatus falling down behind him. And with that, you see Bloodmash now having a look of anxiety across their giant face. Nicely done.
I didn't even realize that until I just happened to look at the map.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder.
All right, cool.
That's badass. Sick. So after Jug, I think who was just went, we have Beep and then Zap.
Okay, it's my turn. I am going to move my little thingies first. So this one will move up 15 feet to kind of get in here. Yeah, that's gonna be a nice spot for him. And my other duty is gonna hit Sanka. Well, it's gonna attack Sanka.
Let's see it. Advantage, they're still paralyzed, I believe. Do they get rolls, future rolls, ellipses to overcome the paralysis?
I'm not really sure. It just doesn't really specify.
Fair enough. I mean, I'll double check.
23 to hit.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Oh, end of each of its turns.
Ah, gotcha.
So if
Just do
you
it.
So
wanna
con
roll.
save.
Because we're already into this, I'll take care of it after this. Continue. Beep.
Okay. Well, that's gonna be 11 damage, and it's gonna be pushed back 5 feet.
Nice.
And then
Push him towards the hole.
that's the whole idea. Um, how close together are Jug and Bloodmesh? Would they be like? Are they? They're
They're
so
really close.
large.
Jug's basically like trying to use Blood Mash as cover.
So if I were to say, "Oh man, now I have two choices." Um, one is more entertaining, so I'm gonna go for the more entertaining option. I cast Grease in that
Oh my
little
god.
10-foot square to see if I can trip up Jug and Bloodmesh
You can
to fall
totally
prone.
get both of them with Grease.
So that's a 17 uh, DC 17 dexterity saving throw.
Alright, Jug with a natural 4 falls on his face in the
Hell
grease.
yes.
And Blood Mash has
Come
it's a
on,
dexterity
Bloodmesh.
saving throw
That is correct.
with his -1. That's got good
Yes!
odds here. He gets a 9 total.
Yes!
Falls.
Can he fall on top of Jug just for the lulz?
Yeah, absolutely. As Jug is like there, like cowering behind Bloodmash's leg, they both like end up slipping in one like Bloodmash almost ends up doing like an elbow drop right on Jug's body. I'll say doing 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Perfect.
Nice.
And I think that's my turn, but everybody next to my shield there gets, 6 temporary hit points.
Cool.
And
Nice.
everybody in that little 10-foot space over there also has half cover.
Nice.
So +2 to your AC.
All right. That ends your turn. Zap is up.
All right. Zap. He was gonna go after Jug, but Jug fell over, so Jug seems less threatening. It's gonna just come barreling through his friends here up to Senka. And so tell me, I might have been doing this wrong, but tell me if this is valid, because I haven't actually done this specific thing at all or very much. I'm gonna use my tentacle pinchers,
Okay.
and I have two weapon fighting, or two fighting, whatever, two-handed fighting, two.
Uh-huh.
What's it called? Where you have like a
Yeah,
second
yeah. I
thing.
gotcha. On your bonus attack.
Um, yeah, and it says it's valid for light melee weapons. Would my tentacles count for that?
Yeah.
I could make a second attack with my tentacles.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, I think I had intended that. Yeah,
Was that
totally.
the intention there? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I haven't really used them. I've only used my bite as like a one attack thing, so I just wanted to make sure about that. Yeah, so I'm gonna use my double tentacle thing and try to pinch Senka.
Yeah. On a hit, it will automatically succeed on the grapple since he's paralyzed.
Oh, right, right.
Yeah.
Well, that's a natural 20 anyway.
So and on a hit, it's an automatic crit, but you got a natural 20,
Yeah.
so yeah, so crit.
um, yeah, so I crit with him. That first one. That's gonna be so that'd be 12 would be the full value, and then I rolled another 10. So 24 plus 4 to 28 damage.
12 plus 10 is 22
Or
plus
yeah,
4,
sorry.
26 total.
Yeah, 26. Thank you.
Nice.
Yeah, 26. And then with my other tentacle,
What
I'm gonna try to.
so you automatically drain health as well.
Yeah, is that only on subsequent turns, or does that happen
It happens, I'm pretty sure,
instantly?
like, I think it makes sense for the, like, you would get it on them, and then the next turn, it would, like, continue to do damage as they're restrained.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I envisioned that. I'm gonna go ahead and try to grab him with my other tentacle. Wait, actually, 10, 15, 20. I think I can reach Blood Mash. I
Do
want
it.
to grab him with my other tentacle.
Yeah,
I can.
absolutely.
Okay. Oh, that one's not as good of a roll. That's only 11 to
He's
hit.
prone, so do you get
Oh,
advantage?
No, it's
Oh,
she's not, like, close enough to well, it's a melee attack,
it
so
is a melee attack
I'll
with
give you
range.
advantage for sure.
Okay.
You're just 10
I'm
feet away or
not
whatever.
gonna. Yeah, I mean it's a 20-foot range on
Yeah,
my tentacle arms. So, okay, it's a +7, so actually that's 18 to hit.
18, that hits.
All right. And that's gonna be 8 plus 4, so 12 damage, and he is also grappled.
Nice. 12 damage. All right. And you guys see Zap slap Senka and the giant with these tentacles with these little like barbs at the end, and suddenly you can see like they're like leaching blood out of them. You can see like a little bit of like blood squirts out from the wound, and then you can see some discoloration on the tentacles as Zap begins to like leech health and life out of these enemies. Anything else, Zap?
That will be all.
Awesome. All right. The giant is up. Going to take half its movement to stand. And has definitely had enough of this bullshit. And working for Jug is not worth this, and begins just charging out of this space, just running
He is
regardless.
grappled.
Oh yeah, grappled and restrained, I think,
I
too.
think, yeah.
Yeah. If it's a huge or smaller.
Yep, he's restrained.
Begins just like, yeah, just instead of getting up, is restrained on the ground. You can see just like rolling around, like trying to rip off the tentacle, and as soon as it does, you just like latch it onto another piece of his flesh and just like hold him down onto the ground.
Um,
Not going anywhere.
all right. Cool.
And is in range of Zlotic, though. Might take a furious attack. Well, actually, no, I don't think it does have range. It just has a big footprint, so... Nope, reach 10 feet. It's gonna hit him. Gonna take 2 attacks with disadvantage against Zlotic since he's restrained. First one misses. Second one's a natural 3 and misses. The grapple saves Zlotic, who does not have the massive HP pool and resistance of Ellipses or Xerox. That's gonna end the giant's turn. Ellipses, you're up.
Ellipses is gonna look at Senka, and what are you in this for? This is worth nothing, not even our lives. I've died twice now. Why are you here? And it's an intimidation check.
Yeah, make an intimidation check and give me an insight check after that.
Intimidation of 9.
Mm-hmm.
Insight of 13.
Hard to tell. This person is paralyzed and can't communicate very well besides a few grunts. You can see their eyes looking at the door that you guys came through. You're not sure if they want to go through it and leave, if they want you to leave, but they're focused on that door right now.
You can leave. We've let others leave. Go. And we'll use their bonus action to gain a little HP back.
Nice. Little second wind.
That'll end my turn.
Okay. All right. That brings us up to the fleeing dwarves. Philip, now that Xerox has left, gets up and just runs away. Just doesn't look back, does not turn around, does not look at Jug, just runs. After Sven and Albert down here. Philip runs after him. Gary is also going to try and crawl, but is trapped in the vines still. Yep, and continues to be trapped in the vines. So that, oops, Blood Masher's still there. That ends Bad Dwarf's turn. Xerox, you're up.
Xerox is going to...
How many rounds is the difficult terrain from the ice storm last, Jared?
Oh.
We're at the top of round 4, by the way.
Mhm.
Because
That's my ice storm.
Thank you for the confirmation. I just caught up to tracking that, and I was like, I think
Sorry.
one more.
Yeah. No, I was keeping track for the sleeping giant,
Oh, nice.
but he's not asleep anymore anyway, but yeah.
What'd you say, Jared, about the difficult terrain?
It's gone.
Okay, erase that. Cool.
Xerox going to fly over here and land in front of Senka and is going to recklessly attack him.
You do already have advantage because they are paralyzed still.
She's going to regular attack him.
Regularly attack.
Yeah.
Responsibly attack.
Yeah.
22 to hit.
Yep. That's a crit automatically because paralyzed.
Okay, so 22 to hit, 22 damage, bludgeoning damage, and he moves back 5 feet because of my pressure feat.
I'm gonna say, well, why don't you tell me how you destroy Senka?
She just the hammer caves in his chest, and he just crumples backwards and falls down the hole.
Like takes a few steps as like the plate mail is just like brushed into their wound. You can see like there's just like the plate mail should not go into your chest this way, and they're just like clutching it and like cannot breathe and stepping back and back until they just like fall down, like probably already dead, like a second later before like after they fall down the hole, but they tumble down into the hole. Gone.
Zap, let's go.
Smart.
And Xerox will use her second attack to bring swing down on Blood Mash or
Okay.
whatever his name is.
Yeah, that's Blood Mash.
He was only
29.
a hired hand. He didn't need to do that.
29 to hit,
Mm-hmm.
and damn, not rolling well here today. 11 damage, and that will end Xerox's turn.
All right. Slam down on Blood Mash. And we'll go on to your friendly dwarves. This one steps through over here and is going to try and grapple Jug, who is on the ground. Successfully grapples Jug, reducing their movement to 0. Jug is stuck here as this dwarf has captured them. The vines behind them do begin to disappear as Gary is just fleeing at this point, just crawling through the vines to escape. And the other good dwarf pal here is going to step up to you, Ellipse. Is actually going to heal Zolotic with a Cure Wounds. Pumps a little bit more life into Zolotic after taking another few hits that he did. Okay, who is still looking wounded, but not too bad off at this point. And he's going to step back, and that'll be their turn. And it brings us to Jug, who is on the ground and is going to, like, you can like yelling in giant at Blood Mash as he is taking attacks at this dwarf on top of him that's with disadvantage because he's actually, I don't think grappled condition gives you disadvantage, does it? I don't think so.
I don't believe so.
Correct, it's just movement. So it's going to take 2 attacks against the dwarf holding him, both hit.
Wait, is he prone though?
Oh, he is prone, which would give him disadvantage. So 1 hits, and we'll roll the second one, which misses. Thank you. So that'll do just 12 points of damage to this dwarf on him, who luckily has taken much damage, but you know, even just taking that, you can see they probably don't have the health pool that some of you all do. And that is going to end Jug's turn as he's like shouting in giant at Blood Mash. Beep boop, you're up. Zap, you're on deck, followed by the giant.
Yay! This one will move here and shoot at Blood Mash. My other one's gonna move there, so it's still in the thick of the fray. And let's roll their attacks first. You know what? I don't want to shoot Blood Mash. I want to shoot the other
Jug.
Grutnik.
Jug. That's who I want to shoot. Ah, but for me, I rolled a natural 1
That
for a
is
12 to hit.
a miss.
Pew! Fires wide. But I will move up and shoot a frosty ray at our good friend there for a natural 20.
Boo, 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 boo. At Jug.
Yeah, wait,
Nice.
at a disadvantage. He's
Ranged attack
prone.
against somebody on who's prone. Yeah, be
That's a
disadvantage.
shame.
So sad.
It is.
It's just a shame. It's okay. A 30 to hit.
That will do it. You get a 19 or something? Jesus.
Um, so that's gonna be. Oh God, I rolled so shystily. Um, 8 points of Frosty Ray cold damage, and his speed is reduced by 10.
Jug is looking heavily wounded at this point. Yeah. All right. Anything else from Beep?
No, it's gonna be my turn. Oh wait,
Alrighty.
I have to give everybody their temporary hit points, but then it'll be my turn.
Okay. Zap, you've got one tentacle on Blood Mash, and now one free tentacle. It is your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna scoot around the edge of the grease pit and come over here. I'm gonna drain 2d10 from Blood Mash, taking out. That's gonna be 16 damage,
Nice.
which I believe is it half of that or all of that that goes back to me?
You get
It's
half of that as
half
health.
of it, right?
I
Okay,
think so,
so
yeah.
yeah, it looks like half. Heal 8 points. And then I'm gonna use my other tentacle to grab my good friend over there, Jug. Little tentacle grab. That's with advantage?
Yeah, I'm saying since it's a kind of a melee attack, even if it
Because
is a
he's
little bit of
kind of in
range.
a natural 1 and a natural 20. So fabulous.
Wow. Damn it.
All right. Then I didn't roll that good though. 12 plus 7. So 19.
19
And
points of damage to
another
Jug.
4 on top of that. So 23.
As you slam your tentacle down into Jug's exposed flesh,
Into his
hitting him,
jugular.
yeah, hitting right into the like neck and chin here. You hear this like wet thwop as the tentacle makes contact with the flesh and starts just juicing him. Blood Mash is still alive, struggling against your tentacles, struggling to get out. Seeing all of his friends and allies here gone or falling down a hole or dead, looking pretty worried. Jug immediately falls off into a deep unconsciousness and a soon-to-be death as the life is beginning to drain out of him through your tentacle. Falls unconscious.
Cool. Um I don't know if this is a valid thing to do, but as a reaction, can I say that if Blood Mash tries to pull away, I will let him?
Yeah.
I think yeah.
Sounds good.
And that's it.
And after you is Bloodmash's turn. Bloodmash like starts to like try and crawl up to its feet, tries to break free of the tentacles. No kill, Bloodmash, run! and starts trying to like crawl and get away from you.
Zap will let him go.
Xerox doesn't take any reaction.
The dwarves look at him, kind of grip their weapons tightly for a moment as if wanting to finish the job with Bloodmash, but turn more angrily and intensely towards Jug, letting Bloodmash run. Gary gets to his feet, scrambles after him. Philip also runs, and all these dwarves and Bloodmash flee. Leaving you all, Victor's on the field with a very, very quickly exsanguinating and dying Jug.
Zap, drop. Let Zlatic take care of his enemy.
Zap lets go, but stands over him with like growling, making sure he doesn't come back or something.
Yeah. Jug is just like there, just like drifting in and out of conscious. Their eyes like flutter open for a moment and then back closed. You see Zlatic step up next to him and say to you all, "From what we overheard, we do not have time for this." And just takes his hammer, crushes Jug's skull, splattering it across the glass and stone here.
Dude, gnarly. I pick him up and throw him in the pit.
Tossing the corpse down the pit to the growing pile
Yes,
down there.
indeedy.
Wherever it is, we don't care.
Yeah.
Seems like a good place for a break.
Yeah,
Okay.
sounds good.
All right.
Yeah.
Probably
Shall
do
we
like
start?
10, 15, and we'll kind of like wrap things up for the end of the session.
Sounds good.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Cool,
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 cool, cool.
cool.
We all here?
Yo.
Oui.
So, with Jug Grutnik, well, their body thrown down the hole, much of their brain matter spread across this clock. The rest of his companions either dead or fled. You are free here to do what you will.
So the airship is, I'm assuming,
Down the hall and to the left.
yeah. Do we see any tracks or marks or indications of where the ore was hauled off to?
Yeah. Looking around, it seems like the dwarves had mostly kind of set up camp in this area, but you do quickly notice that there are some scraps of this dark ore, this dark stone, littering the steps at the far end of this chamber.
Since we're in our hurry, Xerox would say, I suppose we should make haste. We haven't much time. And start running towards following those tracks.
If you have just a moment, my companions and I can do a little something for our wounds. Who's the most hurt among us?
I think that's
I
ellipses.
don't
Yeah.
feel pain.
You say this even as the two dwarven companions come over and minister to your wounds a little bit. Plus another. You regain a total of 20 hit points from their healing.
Ellipses is still bloodied.
Still bloodied?
Oh man, like that's a quarter of what his HP is.
Yeah. Looking at you, in that case, Drew will, this other one down here will spend another slot to heal you some more, but they're getting low on resources at this point. Heal for another 11 points of health. They say, we have a little more to offer, but we'd like to save it in case anybody takes a mortal blow in the fight ahead.
You did what you could. My life matters not.
They both give you a curious little look and a respectful nod. Say, you fought well, and we welcome your companionship and aid in the fight ahead. Don't give up hope yet.
What is this hope you speak of?
They look at you, at each other, and then they look at you, Xerox and Beep Boop, and say, when you all are ready, and yeah, uh, I don't know what to say to your friend here. Is he ready? Are you ready to go?
Oh, we're ready.
He's ready.
While they were healing them, can I make a point to go and pick up as like much of like the scraps of that rock that I can and throw it into my pouch of holding?
Yeah, absolutely. It only takes them a few moments to cast their spells. So I mean, you have, maybe sometime less than a minute to just pick up some scraps of the rock.
Perfect.
Uh, yeah, you get a good little pouch full.
And then I'm gonna pick up my blasty cannon and I'm gonna tell Xerox to pick up the other. They're slow. We We got to bring him with us.
Xerox will sling her weapons and shield onto her back and pick up the item.
Nice.
Zap is impatiently running ahead and then bamfing back next to everybody, and then running ahead and bamfing back next to everybody.
I love that. It's amazing.
All right. You guys head up the stairs and a quick look around. You can see there's a pretty heavily trafficked path off to the left. You head down that tunnel or that hallway, which is far different from the like carved tunnel that you entered this place in. This is a immaculately and intricately carved tunnel that has, more planter boxes throughout, like little benches and little alcoves set out inside the tunnel for people to take breaks and rest and just enjoy the space in. There's like faded frescoes of art on the opposite side of all the benches all along the tunnel. Much of it just like it would take some time to wipe off the grime and age and dust that's accumulated on them to see what they are, but you can it's hard to make out what's beneath, but you can see in a few places where that's been smeared just like brilliant sheens of color coming from the tiles beneath all the grime. Passing through this space quickly, you begin to hear, and it reminds you who recently traveled through the strange territory of Zikaso, of that whispering, that like psychic drone in the back of your mind, a chanting ahead, but not verbal, but a psychic one, a communion that is chanting some arcane spell into existence. You rush forward, clamoring into this space, and see a number of Gith in the distance chanting and focusing some telepathic or arcane energy into these crystals, these stones, these dark ore that's been shaped by the dwarves, all focusing into the ship that lays in the bottom of this room that you run into. The Gith are preparing to take the ship away, enchanting it and preparing to teleport it somehow. You can see that the ship that's in this chamber is shifting faintly. Like there are moments where you can like almost see through it as its pulses of energy just wrap their way through the ship as if it's being pulled away from this world, this plane. The Gith continue their efforts to teleport this ship away, it seems. One of them spots you as you run in and shouts, "Interlopers! Keep them at bay! We have only moments to wait!" And Gith run up towards you from down here. Are you guys on this page? Can you see it, by the way?
I can see it, but
With
I
the
don't know where to
general.
start.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
read
guys
the
will be
heading.
starting at the top, of the map on this one. These guys in white start running towards you. The purple guys are doing some magic to the ship to begin transporting it out of this place, it seems. And this commander here shouts the commands to them, and you can see them begin to cast a spell. And that's where we'll
No!
shut it off.
Shit.
All right. Cool.
Wait, I have a question. So they're casting it on like, are they using that crystal to cast the spell to make this ship go away?
Yeah, each of these four Gith in the purple robes down here have a carved piece of that stone that the dwarves provided them, and they are using that to focus their energies through it to like into the ship somehow.
And it looks like, I mean, that's not powering the ship to fly. It's like a teleportation of
Exactly,
removing the
as
shield.
they're like focusing this like dark energy into the ship, this like starlight, this like dark starlight energy. The ship is like has this like waves of that like kind of like going like coursing around it as it's like collecting energy, it seems. You can Beep Boop give me an Arcana check. You immediately just looking at it can tell like an object this big takes a huge amount of magical power to teleport, much less like transport between planes. But give me that roll.
19.
19. Yeah, you can tell that these four are focusing their energies very intently to power some sort of teleportation of this vessel. Once it's been charged, you expect that they will be able to board it and blink out of your world to wherever they are intending to go. Somewhere related to these stones, you've learned from your recent experiences and from Nazira about these like keystones to different planes, that like different planes of existence, different like the elemental plane of earth or the ethereal plane. These all seem to have elements that are used to tune to those planes to allow travel between them. You're guessing that these rocks that have been carved and prepared to focus this energy are being used to teleport this vessel to another plane of existence.
How far off the ground is it?
The vessel itself is right now like resting in a like little anchorage thing, a little anchorage holder, as it is. The vessel itself is inert and unpowered. So it's resting probably like 10 feet off the ground with a pretty heavy like structure down there, like supporting it from a few points.
So the deck
The top
is
like
like
deck of it then is probably like 30 feet off the ground.
okay.
And how large are the stones that the purple ones are holding?
Each of them just has like it's like floating right in front of them, and it looks like this like semicircle of this like this dark energy, kind of like an oval, but like in a semicircle oval shape. And it's just like kind of like a dish, but just like a section of it. And it's just like floating, but right in front of them. Each one's probably like 2 feet across. They're like chunks of it, but not enormous.
Okay.
So exciting.
Cool. Exciting. Oh, stop moving it, Jared. Um,
Here, I think I can lock it in place. I don't think we can move it anymore.
No.
At least for now.
okay. Cool. Well, thanks, Mark. That
Yeah,
was
that
a
was
lot of
great.
fun.
Yeah.
My
Super fun.
pleasure.
Thanks a lot. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
want
hopefully Noose and Spinister will be able to join us for this final bout. You might see me rebalance things in that case a little bit. So if there's like an extra guy, like don't be mad at
Yeah.
me.
No,
But
I
yeah, I had a
was
lot
love
of
so
it.
fun.
grumpy.
Thanks for playing, everybody.
For sure.
Yeah. It was a lot of fun.
Fun.
All right.
It's fun to play a character that's like no well, like doesn't have like the stakes of longevity, but also is just like totally different and like chaotic.
Yeah. Wand was a great choice.
Yeah,
It's
I
all
think
good.
It's been real fun seeing these characters.
Yeah.
They're
Hell
very
yeah.
entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah. Props to you guys for role playing those two very well. I love it.
Sacrificial lamb.
all three of them are so different that it works really well.
Yeah, it's been super fun seeing you guys take those creations and run with them so well. It's been great. Thanks.
All right.
Speaking of
Very
what,
cool.
when we get to the next piece of this, Mark, what are we gonna get to roll, or is that just in the future?
What do you mean?
Are we gonna do something similar where we have to meet up
Like
with these
when
other people?
Very
Nazira,
likely when
Aquila,
when we do the
Ray
Nazira
go on.
Aquila Gray adventure, you guys will have the opportunity to play some interesting one-off characters.
Excellent.
Sweet.
Be
It's
cool.
gonna be fun. But first, we have to make sure they don't steal our fucking ship. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be pretty
Yeah.
disappointing. There is a definite possibility that could happen. So
Yeah.
let's try hard.
I
Yeah.
swear to goodness, if we lose this ship,
I know. Now that we're like in the room with it,
Oh my god.
man.
That's so bad.
Beep Boop has
And
already chosen their room.
Ellipses just like bleeding to death at this moment.
And enjoying it at this point.
Like,
Sweet
break.
release.
Can't come quickly enough.
The darkest character ever played.
Yeah,
Just
for sure.
unreal. Right. It's good to see you
Alright.
guys.
Night, y'all.
See you next week.
So, night.
Good night.
Night.